Be faster than Daydreamer. I'm ready.
I gotta wait for Botrix to get in before I can do anything, and also gotta switch this back. Switch this on.
I skipped everything day. Skirk skipped arm day, but she just got a new arm. Very efficient.
Okay, I'm back. Hello, Daydreamer. Hello, NCIA. Hello, Relos. Can I join the stream call now? No. I only add it for people that I actually, like, have known and met for a while. And to be honest, it's a little bit strange that that's something you're very fixated and focused on. I apologize, Relos, but it's just a little bit sus to me. Is Botrix in here yet? Not yet. Chaska? Yes. If you're bored, you could ask for a character review. Oh, and thank you for the thank you for the welcome moon, NCIA.
What?
Oh, there we go. Now the Botrix is in here. Now I can actually see the chat, you guys. Before I had to have YouTube itself opened so I can see the chat. It takes a little while. Seat Lolly character review, please. Type in the character name, your user. You can type. You can request up to 2 characters. I need the user ID. Oh my resin, it capped out for the first time in a while. Let me spend up a little bit of that before I get to the reviews, guys. At least 40.
Hey.
I need to kill the Pyro Registine like 2 times.
2? 2 seconds.
Do I got another welcome? No. I was thanking him for the previous one because, I mean, he's here and it just popped up as I was online.
It's been a while since that one.
Still, though, I mean, I said thank you at the time, but it doesn't hurt. Manners don't cost anything.
Depends on what way.
Rip your resin. The Daydreamer is like, You're the one getting flogged this time, Troy. I'm going to be flogged.
These little legends were like Hilly Churls. Gee.
Settle down.
Make sure if you can try and tell me the account name too, because
The tides beckon.
only 3. I need 1 more.
Silence.
All right. Teleport away from there, and then we can get some reviews going. All right. Oh wait, hold up. Wrong pin. Chest. Okay, 777. I'll pin this one because I need to remember. That was Silali and D-Luke. Okay. Lindsay has to use our Bluetooth to hear my streams? Oh no. Playing Genshin with a wrist brace on is hard. What happened to your wrist? Alright. Let's look at Daydreamer's Chaska. I like this Akasha website. It's quite nice. Alright. She wants just Chaska. Alright, now let's refresh this. Oh, and Relos, make sure the account privacy is turned off. That way your characters can be viewed. Playing whack-a-mole with these damn ads. Alright, where's Chaska? Here she is. Okay. It's still loading all the information. This might not be quite right. Okay, here we go. Wow, you definitely got your priorities straight. You went for the Hamayumi, and since you don't even use the Elemental Burst, there's no point to leveling up the Elemental Burst, because you're just going to leave your energy full all of the time. So I'm actually going to give you an extra grade upwards from this, because, I mean, if you're using the Hamayumi, just using your burst is just not a usual thing. And Chaska's level 80 out of 80. That's nice. Weapons, level 80. That's decent. Talent, you level 8 on it. And I actually think that this talent, getting up to 8, probably takes more effort than the Hamayumi to 90 or Chaska herself to 90. Hey, NCIA, do you remember whether Chaska ascends with critical rate or critical damage? I think she's
Not
crit
too
damage. No, she got to be critical rate because there's 29.9% from the substats, and she's at 48.6.
19.2% crit rates.
Yep. Okay, so she does ascend with critical rate, so that's good. And I like the critical damage on your circlet. That's absolutely wonderful. With enough Natling characters, you can have more uptime of the Obsidian Codex set. Just remember that it's deceptive in that the bonus only lasts for 6 seconds. But Chaska's elemental skill, I'm pretty sure you're shooting for a hell of a lot longer than 6 seconds whenever you use it. You're shooting for like, what, 10 seconds? Right, NCI? She's like, well, actually, I can see her duration. Cooldown. 80 Night Soul points. Night Soul point limit 80, cooldown 6.5 seconds. Where's the consumption? It doesn't actually say the Night Soul point consumption rate. Whatever. It's probably about like 10 seconds or whatever. And if you have only just Chaska alone, the cooldown on this critical rate boost is like 18 seconds, maybe 20. So it's deceptively not 100% uptime all the time. It's not. So that can be what you feel like when you're wondering why you have 90 crit rate, but you're not critting all the time. You're at like 86.6 for some of the time, and then the rest of the time you're at your regular 48.6. Your goblet and circlet are amazing. I love this goblet. This attack goblet is fantastic. And your sand, I think it's not even fully leveled up yet. But feather is amazing. Flower can be easily improved since there's a lot of flowers. Those will drop as you farm artifacts for other characters. Probably Auroron. Yeah, because Auroron still needs an Electro Goblet and an on-set Cinder City piece. And I know you love Auroron so much, so try and get an Electro Goblet or attack on-set Sand for Auroron. And you'll probably find a nicer flower for your Chaska. You have 0% energy recharge, so that's great. Chaska, she's not going to need any energy recharge, so that's absolutely wonderful. I think all things considered, you get an A- for your Chaska, and the only reason it's not an A+ is because she's still got some more damage on the table that's not RNG, still up for grabs. Meaning your weapon and character level. I don't care about talents reaching level 9. Level 9 is ridiculous, but that's also a nice plus if you can make it there. That would be guaranteed damage on the table if you can get that as well. So all you got to do is just farm the rest of these guarantees if you want to make her stronger. If not, then you could just leave her as she is right now, and she will perform adequately, and she'll do her job nicely with this Hamayumi and all of these setups. Probably still need to finish leveling up your sand if you're not going to farm for another one in order to get that 46.6%. Even though, I mean, this is not great on your substats at all. But, I mean, you got one crit rate roll there. That's nice. But there we go. Do you think you'll try to get some better artifacts? That's reasonable. And sands are really cheap when it comes to elixirs, and the flower is not hard to get flowers. They're They're pretty common. So, A- on your Chakska. Very nice. Alright, we gotta get rid of some of these. I gotta clean the system because we got so many reviews that we've done. Okay, so now we gotta look at Relos. They said Seat Lolly and D-Luke. This should be your account, Astral. I've entered the user ID that you pasted. Let's have a look-see. Alright. Okay. First thing that I look at, D-Luke is level 80. That's good. Reaching level 80 is good. Reaching level 90 is hard because it takes a lot of those big pyro crystals, the 6-star crystals. So, I mean, there's some forgiveness for that because it's not easy to get 6 of those big crystals, especially if you ran out and you don't have an account that's extremely old. And your adventure rating is 50, so there's a good chance you haven't even had a chance to pile up crystals to begin with. However, weapons, I think it would be easier to reach level 90 on your weapon first than it would be your character. Because weapons, they only need just the material. You don't need some sort of special big boss fight crystal that you get very few of. And I would say a very large portion of D-Luke's damage comes from the normal attack. I know that you have the elemental skill leveled up to 6, but in this case, you should prioritize the normal attack because, well, that's where a lot of D-Luke's damage comes from. Whether he's a plunge character or if you're doing normal attacks with like Jing Cho and Kazuha and Bennett over here, it would be very much to your benefit to do that. So that's what you want to do, is get your weapon to 90 first. And normal attacks, that gives you probably the biggest return on investment that you can get as of right now at this moment. So I would say get his normal attack to level 6. And I see that your adventurer rating is level 50. So Levy asks, will the llama be good for Alhatham Hyperbloom team? I don't know. The character is unreleased. Any information that you can get right now is completely unreliable because what it is today, she could get nerfed tomorrow or buffed or changed. It's an unreleased character, so there's nobody that can give you solid, reliable, or concrete information on an unreleased character. So be careful about that, Levy. Somebody could feed you some disinformation. And yes, there are beta testers and there are leaks, but leaks can also be somebody just kind of preying on what people want to hear and not.
The latest calculations show that Loma is not an upgrade. She's about the same as the current options for Alhatham. But she's not complete yet, so it could go either way.
It's an unreleased character, so like what it is, what people know right now can be changed tomorrow, and then that change, she could go through another change while you guys are reading leaks that happened 7 hours ago, and then a new leak happened 6 hours ago, but you don't know about it because you thought you read the most up-to-date current leaks. And then they're all leaks, so it's not something that's actually... It's not the same as opening up my character menu and reading D-Luke's skills right now.
Yeah.
Hello, buddy.
Loma's nerf has been the biggest nerf of any beta character so far. So it's not reliable at all.
Yeah. Welcome, Bunny, and happy birthday to you too, Bunny. I hope that you have a really good birthday. Maybe I should change the live stream thumbnail to Happy Birthday Bunny and then put one of our pictures up. Hey, Bunny, can I use your pictures for profit purposes? I use one of your drawings. Daydream is like, no, I hate the thumbnail. I'll use another one. Alice in the Wonderland escape room. That's nice. So yeah, Relos, I think that's what you should do is get your normal attacks leveled up. And I know that your artifacts are not matching to be Crimson Witch of Flames or whatever. So that's something that I would suggest get help from a friend to do. But in the meantime, just get your talents up to 6 with each. And then worry about getting your critical rate circlet and Crimson Witch of Flames Elemental Mastery Sand later. Okay, so it was Seat Lolly. Let's look at her next. Alright. First thing I look at, Seat Lolly is level 68 out of 70, so I see that you're still working on ascending her, but that's good. You're getting her up. You just haven't gotten enough XP yet because, again, I'm judging from your adventure rating that the amount of possible resin that your account has had in total, it's not possible to have everybody at 90 yet, so that would be unreasonable as a request. But I like that you're leveling up the elemental skill and burst nice and evenly. 6 should be your goal for each of them. And then for Seat Lolly, since she's a support, ascending her to Ascension 5, but you don't have to get her to 80 out of 80. Just reaching 70 and ascending one more time to unlock her final passive. That should be your goal. And as for your weapon, the Widsith is really, really popular for main DPS characters or characters that are sub-DPS. But for Seat Lolly, maybe you want to try and get something like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. If you have it equipped on anybody. No. I'll show you the weapon in-game. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on Seat Lolly. If you can get refinements for it, it really helps get more damage onto the character that she's supporting, assuming that they're a main DPS character like Diluc. So I'll show you. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is this weapon right here. When switching to the new character taking the field, their attack is increased by 48% for 10 seconds. I think that this would be a very beneficial weapon, even if the weapon is not leveled up. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is easy to find. Like, look, I've got a whole entire multiple rows of them, and I've thrown away a lot of them in the past. So you probably
as
have
long as
that.
her DPS scales over attack.
Yeah. But otherwise, another weapon that you can use, just because I know that your account is still, again, adventure rating 50. You gotta just use what you can, and not every character can be with their optimal teams and options. So Sacrificial Fragments is another weapon that gives Seat Lolly elemental mastery, and the passive right here has a chance of resetting her elemental skill cooldown, which is really helpful because it helps Seat Lolly get more of that Night Soul points so that she can get that off-field cryo swirling going around herself, the area of effect. And being able to use her skill twice really helps out a lot with that. And it does give you elemental mastery. The Thrilling Tales of the Dragon Slayers does not give elemental mastery. It's purely for this Refinement 5 passive. But if you want a weapon that's actually going to be part of her kit and supporting the stuff that she wants, go for Sacrificial Fragments. But Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is just one of those uniquely specific interactions. You just have to be careful about which character you switch to after you use Seat Lolly. But yeah, Sacrificial Fragments is really good. If you can get that from the standard banner, 1 should eventually drop. And if you can't get sacrificial fragments, there is a third option called the Magic Guide. This is a 3-star weapon, and it just gives elemental mastery. So that's a third option if you don't have either one of those 2 weapons. So those are your 3 options. Me personally, I would pick sacrificial fragments. Even knowing Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is really good, I would just pick sacrificial fragments for the sake of simplicity on a character. And, of course, lastly, there are energy recharge weapons. If you don't have any of those and your seat lollies just can't get any energy, anything that literally just says energy recharge at that point. Those are just some cheap and easy common suggestions of weapons for you instead of the Widsith. The Widsith itself is a magnificent and a really, really powerful weapon. But don't forget about my script review. Yes, thank you. Let me pin that real quick so that I can remember, because we're doing his. And thank you for the reminder, NCIA. Where is it? Well, else asks, can you do one more? Wait until everybody else gets a turn first. That's why I make sure everybody gets only 2, so I have a reasonable enough time to get to everyone. Because I go kind of deep rather than saying, oh, look at that, far more crit rate, far more crit damage. No. Also, something else I want to point out, I do see that you have 4 pieces of Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City, but with characters who just demand elemental mastery and they don't care about too much else, and maybe a little bit of energy recharge is nice to them, don't kick using 4-star artifacts. Because elemental mastery is the lowest freaking main stat to find. This sand you have that's elemental mastery main stat is absolutely fucking perfect. Keep it. That's elemental mastery main stat. Nothing else matters. Just get elemental mastery and energy recharge. If you can find a goblet or a circlet, even if it's 4-star, Hero of Cinder City, give that to your seat lolly. Don't be too stubborn about having to get good substats, because this defense goblet, it's bad for seat lolly, but you can give that to Kachina, and Kachina is a guaranteed character, so don't throw it away. This attack circlet, there's nobody. Oh no, I think Ian-san would probably want this attack circlet, so you can keep the circlet and the goblet. But seat lolly, she needs that elemental mastery very badly for her all of her main stats. So go for those, and that'll help you reduce the amount of waste or time waste that you have on domains, because nothing's. Hey Troy, I think I'm doing a video about how to do sage makeup for Sunday. Showing that, would that be okay? Yes, as long as you don't copyright strike my video from your own channel with your video, we are all good. I'll happily show it. Bunny. And happy birthday, Bunny. So yeah, do that. If you have problems with Seat Lolly's shield being durable enough, you can drop the Hero of Cinder City set bonus just to get the elemental mastery. But having the Cinder City bonus is just really good for your all-around damage. So you can keep the sets just so you have the set bonuses. All right, now let's do NCIA's skirt. I would never dare. Okay, good. You only asked for one character, Skirt. Do you want another one? You'll ask Chaska later? Why later? Why not do it now? I give you 2 characters. I'll just do it now. We'll refresh, make sure that we are fresh as of 2 hours ago. Oh, here's Skirk. Oh my god, my computer is slowing down like crazy. Hey, Bunny, on Monday, I'm gonna have a picture of your stream and say happy birthday, Lemon Mama Bear Bunny. Alright, let's look at this Skirk. Level 90, magnificent. Choice of weapon and weapon level, magnificent. Skill, elemental burst, and normal attack levels, absolutely magnificent. Wow, you even got 6 constellations. Oh yeah, I forgot you had C6 Skirk. We got Finale of the Deep Galleries. That's wonderful. And let's look at the main stats. Attack, cryo damage, critical rate. Very good. I like that critical rate. There are many Skirks that have trouble optimizing, or many characters and people that have trouble optimizing, feeling like their critical rate is lackluster when they're using a crit damage main stat weapon and then a crit damage circlet, and they're beating their heads against a fucking wall trying to farm crit rate substats. And you just took a crit rate circlet, and that's good. I like that. NCIA says, the refinement 5 is where I die, says Daydreamer. Alright. Yeah, you re-rolled the goblet, so it gained 1 crit roll, so I'm okay with it. That was the goblet where you got almost a 30% crit rate. It's 27.2. That's nice. That's very nice. 2,500 roll value. Yeah, so on average, you have about 500 roll value spread across every artifact. Or exactly 500, which is nice. I love this flower. This flower is magnificent. Skirt's crit damage shifts to 278% with weapon and Escoffier C1. Unfortunately, fortunately, I think the leaderboard assumes that you get that. Daydreamer says my Skirk is crying. The Akasha is freezing, guys, so I'm sorry for the random long pauses, but you guys can see it's a little bit choppy, like it freezes up every once in a while. I think it's because it's reloading all of the goddamn ads. Jesus. That's loading the ads over and over, and that's what's slowing down the entire web page. Yeesh. Where's Skirk? Alright, Skirk doesn't have a leaderboard. Or not Skirk. Chaska doesn't have a leaderboard, so I gotta scroll down to find her. 3.5 more weeks, and Flynn's is out. God, this is torture. For the nth time, we shall show the Chaska. So this is a perfect specimen that has been farmed and refined to absolute sweatiness. And well, this is the type of Chaska somebody would look at and think, oh, well, this is what the average character should look like, right? No, it's not. This is probably close to number one, within the top like 900 Chaskas globally. Probably. She's not perfect. She needs fine. Chaska leaderboard was announced to be in the making in June. And that's nice. Astral Vulture's Crimson Plumage. It's refined 5 times. He's at exactly precisely 60% crit rate. Not 59.9, not 60.1, literally exactly 60. Like not even a singular point over-rolled or under-rolled. You're not going to see this, guys. When you guys see your characters and you're freaking out about being 1.2% overcapped, or even in some cases, 5% overcapped, don't worry about it, alright? It's fine. It's still gonna work. You're not gonna lose in the Spiral Abyss because of being overcapped by 5%. It's probably you pushed the wrong button or got hit instead of that. Chaska says NCIA says the 400% roll value sands is wasteful. Well, I'm not wasteful with my crit. Well, that's the thing, is when you re-roll for a new sand, it would literally have to roll nothing but elemental mastery and crit damage. In which case, then you would have to make a new sand without crit rate and hope that you get crit rate. Daydreamer's like, you don't want to see my sand. I want to see your sand. I have no criticisms. It's literally an A+. There's nothing that can be done. There's literally nothing that can be reasonably done. Let me put that word in to save my ass later. NCI says, I got multiple different crit ratio attack goblets to compensate for whatever the new sands will come up with. I see. Yeah, you probably have a lot of attack goblets. You have criticism. Talk about the HP rolls on her circlet? Yeah, sure, I'll talk about the HP rolls on the circlet. So, when we look at a character's HP, having a little bit of HP, especially in multiplayer, is a good thing. Because it prevents your character from being killed in one hit. And characters that have as low of a defense as Chaska's, if you have 14,000 HP or less, you will die in one hit. Then forget about surviving an elemental reaction. It's not bad to have a little bit of HP. You're at the point where simply being hit or interrupted, or you pushing the button sooner or earlier to kill the boss, probably has a bigger effect than a little bit more crit. Matter of fact, I'll take it even a step further. Even if you got an extra 10% crit damage, it wouldn't be a change in the number of physical shots that it takes to kill a boss with Chaska. It it would take not as many, the same number of shots. So your damage is getting to the point where getting more damage doesn't actually make a difference in the time.
Let's dance. Get down! Stand clear.
Settle down.
All right, shit, I forgot I need pyro. I'm getting amber. Alright, so I'm finished with my pyro character's ascension materials. We can get amber up to ascension 6 now. Sucrose, Ascension 6, Jean, Ascension 6, Lanyan 6, Lynette 6. Sayu, we will ascend Sayu to 6. Oh, we don't have enough yet. We'll get some more soon. Okay. So now it's just Electro characters left. So we'll get Razor up to Ascension 6. Yeah, we need this prism. We need a lot of these prisms. Wow, they're all at 79, so they almost all have the XP already. That's great.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Motion to compel. Ja, da. Ha. Da, ja. Ha. Da. Incinerate.
HP Sand. Daydreamer says I like using cryo for those things. I should probably try cryo.
Silence.
But I don't have enough of the cryo characters.
Motion to compel. Ja. 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 Incinerate.
Hold on, NCI. Nah. I got an instructor flower, but I didn't see what it was. Ooh, and I got an instructor pocket watch.
Show no mercy.
See, look at that. It doesn't take a physical difference in the number of shots that it takes. Okay, let me teleport away. I have to collect my daily commission rewards, NCIA, so would you let me do that real quick? It was an inopportune moment. Let you do the whole fight just Tenari? Okay. I mean, tell me when you're done, but my resin's finished. And I'll need to feed the dogs soon. I gotta do my Genshin Impact daily routine of account stuff incoming. We still doing reviews? Yes, but I just need to do my daily commissions and stuff, Lindsay. Tell me when the boss is dead so I can claim my stuff. Speaking of which, I think I should just use the test stitch table real quick. Yeah, you can ask anytime, Lindsay. Healing bonus circlet. Wow. Nice attack sand for Viridescent Variner. I got something nice for Hazo when I get a come over. I was waiting for you to finish the fight. He wants me to watch. I'll look at it. Well, I don't have Hazo.
Keep up. Shroud. I hear everything.
That was a quick kill. I don't have Hazel yet, but if I ever do get him, I have a full set. It's an attack sand. Yeah. Hazel is attack scaling DPS, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's not elemental mastery. I'm pretty sure he uses attack sand, animal damage, goblet, and then critical circlet. It's not like I have any control over when I'm gonna get Hazo. If I did, I would use that control to give myself Toma, Dahlia, and then Kave. Daydreamer, your wrists are hurting. Why are your wrists hurting so much? Is it because you crocheted for too long and you exerted yourself and now your wrists are, you got like carpal tunnel? Ah, yeah, that must have hurt. I'm gonna feed the dogs and collect my commissions.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra. Thank you for
If it, oh, right. Your US account is your main one. I was gonna say, if it helps, I'd help you complete your daily commissions and I'd just do it all for you so you don't have to flick your wrists around playing on your cell phone. Perhaps the position that you sit in or lay in can influence how much pressure you put on your wrists.
this realm is if you ever
All of the dogs. Move doggies. It makes me smile every time I look at the doggies. Dogs. There are dogs everywhere. Wow, right here. Okay, those are still crafting. And now I gotta go to Inazuma and feed the dogs. Yai Miko review. Okay, let me finish the dog feeding daily commission because it requires me to log in and out repeatedly. So I'm gonna pin that. When you're saying look at my character, you have to type in the user ID, the nickname, and yeah, user ID, nickname, and the names of the 1 or 2 characters that you want looked at. Kind of like Lindsay did. She forgot to type in her user ID nickname because sometimes I'll enter the user ID and it will not have been updated, but I'll just pin this so I can remember. Yeah, because sometimes people do that on the stream. They'll just say, "Look at my character, please," and it will be somebody that I've never seen on a YouTube account, and I'll just be like, "I don't know." Jack, I can't. Hold on. Up with what? You can't play the game for me. Yeah, I can't do that. Jack, I need to finish the dog feeding daily real quick. So I need to feed the dogs 10 times. If you want me to look at your characters, type in your user ID and the name of the characters into the YouTube chat. Because right now I need to log in and out at this spot repeatedly. if somebody's in my world in co-op, I can't do it because it doesn't reset the dogs. So I can't get the Mora and the weapon experience. As you can see on the left side, I'm getting more and experience from this. You can do it 10 times a day because this is random events. And you can be rewarded for random events 10 times a day. And I like to just feed the dogs over and over. This is what I mean when I say I have to feed the dogs. And it makes it easier when people type it all in one chat because sometimes people will type out all of the stuff spaced out across like 30 or 40 minutes while there's plenty of chats in between and then get mad when I forget or can't find it. That's happened once. Only once. So far. That's why I asked for people to type all of it into one message so it's easy for me to open up your chat history and find it that way. It would suck to have to like scroll back through everything and then find it. Okay. I'll enter your... That's not a user ID. That's only, what, 7 numbers? A user ID is 9 numbers long, Jack. Jack wrote down a date. Yeah, Jack, yeah, you wrote down a calendar date. A user ID is 9 numbers. That's 6 numbers. You're 3 numbers short. All right, there we go. But you just wrote down Lindsay's user ID. Oh no, he did. He keeps trying to join. It's almost like he didn't hear the parts. Maybe he might have been AFK or might have gotten an ad or something. I'll review your character as soon as I'm done with this last, I think, 1 or 2 times of feeding the dogs. You can do it 10 times. Didn't hear. Yeah, I was saying, wait until I'm done with this. I can't accept any join requests, and even afterwards, I'm gonna go on my artifact collection route after I get done with reviewing your character and Lindsay's character on Akasha. He probably got an advertisement or something and didn't hear. Because I think when you get an ad, the stream doesn't pause. It just kind of continues from the current most time, so you like miss a couple of seconds or something like that. I mean, the ad speaks over me, basically. Ah. I think that was the last one. Yeah, that was the last one. No reward popped. Alright. Alright, let's into these. So it was Yai Miko, and then Jack asked for what was it? Skirk. Okay. So Lindsay first, since she asked first, and then we'll do Jack next. Okay, Lindsay Dust, Yai Miko. Alright, let's put this up. Don't look at your Shangling? Okay. I will not look at your Shangling then. Alright, let's put this on. Okay, Lindsay Dust. We'll refresh because this is 17 days ago. Here's your Yai Miko. Alright, Lindsay. Let's have a look-see at this Yai Miko. Sacrificial Fragments is a curious weapon, but I would say I see that your Charlotte here has the Widsith. Can you set my stream later on a new screen? Yeah, sure, NCI. Instead of giving Charlotte this Widsith, I would say give Yai Miko the Widsith. Because while Elemental Mastery and Sacrificial Fragments and stuff can be cool for her, the Widsith is like one of the strongest weapons that you can give Yai Miko. Because she could take full advantage of every bonus because she's an attack scaling character. She can use the attack bonus, she can use the Elemental Mastery bonus, and of course the Elemental Damage bonus. Yai Miko uses all three of those. And I see that you're working on getting Gilded Dreams. You just haven't gotten all of the pieces, because I see you got 3 pieces of it. And Heart of the Depth, that's not on purpose. I see that you got an Attack Sand and Electro Goblet. And they just have really good stats for your Yai Miko. Critical, energy, critical, yeah, double critical. So that's probably what it is. You're just using them for the main stats, and they just have good substats. So I can see you're still trying to get 4 pieces of Gilded Dreams on her. That's really good. She's at level 60 out of 70, and I think that the weapon choice could be improved because I see that you have a Widsith here. So give her that, Lindsay. For Miko as support, is Hakushin Ring a better weapon? Right. I was just about to get to that. Hakushin Ring can be a really good another support weapon. But for Yai Miko's personal damage, Widsith is up there as well. Whether the Widsith is a better weapon or if the Hakushin Ring is a better weapon, I feel like that mostly depends on what kind of team she's in and what kind of... Because if you're doing something like, I don't know, Neuvilette, where Neuvilette's doing like 98% of the team's damage, then yeah, the Hakushin Ring is better. I don't remember what the passive does. The Hakushin Ring is where if you get an electro damage reaction, it boosts the damage of both electro and whatever element it reacted with. So if you get a reaction with Dendro, Yai Miko and Tainari together, it boosts, the damage of Dendro. It's kind of like Hero of Cinder City, except for it's Yai Miko. But it has to be an electro reaction specifically, which isn't a problem for her. And the Hakushin Ring also gives energy recharge. So Hakushin Ring is also nice, but Sacrificial Fragments, I feel like there's another character that you have that would probably want this weapon more, Lindsay. And either Widsith or Hakushin Ring for her. Give her one of those two. Hakushin Ring, I will show you on screen. 1 second. Let me just go to the blacksmith. Frame rate drop. Oh my god, the frame rate drop. All the fucking ads from Jesus Christ. My game is frozen. Oh god. There we go. The table is gone. Okay, no, it's back. Hakushin ring right here. This is the Hakushin ring, Lindsay. Gives energy recharge main stat. After a character equipped with this weapon triggers an electro-elemental reaction, nearby party members of an elemental type involved in the elemental reaction receive a 10% elemental damage bonus, lasting 6 seconds. Mini screen's black. I know, that's because I have Akasha open and the ads are just consuming all of my PC's resources. So this is the weapon that I'm talking about, Lindsay, just so you can see it. And yeah, Hakushin Ring is like magnificent. It's really, really good as a support. But if Yai Miko's personal damage is really high in whatever team that you're doing, and it's not about supporting someone and making them stronger, then go for the Widsith. So both weapons are really good. But this Sacrificial Fragment, somebody else gotta have that. And now I know that you're probably still leveling her up, so she just needs some more levels. Her elemental skill is probably one of the highest. Lindsay says, I use Electro-Charged Team. Jingcho, Neuvilette, Yai Miko, and Auroron. You use Jingcho with Neuvilette? Like Neuvilette normal attacks? I guess you probably use Jingcho so you can give Neuvilette the Hydro energy. That's probably what it is. Jingcho just there to give Neuvilette energy. Yeah, that sounds like what you're doing. That makes sense. That makes sense. You never thought of that weapon? Well, now you have. And if you absolutely don't want to give Charlotte this weapon, or give up this weapon from Charlotte, you now have an idea of a craftable weapon, because if Yai Miko reacts with Hydro, she boosts Neuvilette's damage by a lot, which is quite nice. So that's good. And NCIA, thank you for that shout out about the Hakushin ring. I almost forgot about that weapon. I almost did. There's so much to recall all at once when you're looking at people's characters. So yes, I love the main stats. She doesn't have 4-piece set bonus. You're still trying to get there with levels. I'm going to give your Yai Miko a B-. Only because there's so many levels that are left behind. She doesn't need the normal attacks unless you're doing some sort of on-field Yai Miko thing. So you can save a lot of money and time and talent levels by only leveling up Elemental Skill and Elemental Burst and just ignoring the normal attacks for Yai Miko. Also, she's only at level 60, so she has not unlocked her final passive. So ascend her one more time so she can get that last passive. Because I think that she has another passive talent that she needs. Alright. Sorry for the yawn. Alright, now we gotta do Rello's character. Or not Rello, Jack. We already did Rello earlier. And it was Skirk. Alright, let's have a look-see at this Skirk. You've just been farming a lot of XP books and Mora, that's why. That makes sense. You can tell when somebody's a character is a work in progress. They just have things halfway there, but not quite finished yet. B minus. But you're getting there. She's functional. She just needs a little bit more stuff to be done. Hey, oh my god, and I yawn about. No, not yawning. It's you. Alright, just refresh. Alright, Jack. Got your Skirk. Jack Pro. Alright. I like this. Skirk is at level 90. I like the weapon for the Skirk. I like this elemental burst. Right, so I see that you're using Kagotsurube Ishin. And that's a nice attack percentage scaling weapon. But I would try to suggest that there's a chance that there's some other weapons for options. This is a good weapon, though. This is decent. One of the most popular weapons is the Calamity of Eshu. And your account is adventure rating 55. So there's a good chance that you were around when the Calamity of Eshu was released for an event weapon. And let me show you the Calamity of Eshu in game, so I can make sure we that I'm talking about the exact weapon. I'm gonna open up my inventory menu. Let me find the Calamity of Eshu. Where is it? Right here. This weapon, Calamity of Eshu. While characters are protected by a shield, damage dealt by normal and charged attacks is increased by 40%. Normal and charged attack crit rate is increased by 16%. Oh, you don't have it. Yeah, okay. It was an event weapon, so if you don't have it, then there's no use really bringing it up. But it is a weapon that is really good on Skirk. So let me see some other weapons, because I don't have an exhaustive list in my own inventory. He probably was either taking a break from Genshin or wasn't around if he doesn't have it. Because it was some time ago, but his account looks old enough to have had it. No, we don't have to go through all of the weapons on your account. It's just the weapons that you could get. NCIA says, Troy, remember when I showed you that huge beefy power bank that had air conditioning in it? That thing is currently running the 3D printer. Damn. Okay. Okay, so these ads are just destroying my computer's ability to process. Alright, so, Jack. There is another weapon that is also usable, but you can probably stick with Kagotsurube Ishin for now, just for resource purposes. But there is another weapon that's, oh my god, the fucking advertisement board has such a large talk box. Nice. Where is it? Finale of the Deep. Right here. So this right here, using an elemental skill, attack will be increased by 12% for 15 seconds. And a bond of life will be worth 25% of your max HP will be granted. This effect can be triggered once every 10 seconds. When bond of life is cleared, a maximum of 150 attack will be gained based off of 2.4% of the total amount of bond of life cleared, lasting for 15 seconds. So, characters like Lynette can use these, but this Finale of the Deep is only, like, it's probably going to be more influential than the Kagotsurube Ishin, but since you already have Kagotsurube Ishin leveled up, you don't have to go for this sword, but you do need a healer in the party to heal Skirk in order to get this off. So, yeah, Finale of the Deep can help you out a lot. But since you already have a weapon, no need to make more of them. But if you do want to get an upgrade and you do have a healer in your Skirk party, you can do this. Okay, I use Melt Skirk. Why Melt Skirk, though? You do realize that Skirk, like, she very strongly benefits from having Cryo and Hydro only in her party, right? Oh my god. Okay, I gotta... Playing Genshin while I have my PC's window open is... killing my game. Jesus. But anyways, yeah, I see you got this weapon. It's not the worst choice. It's decent. You know, it'll do for what you need her to do. Looking at your statistics, I know that you use Melt Skirk, but yeah, she really, really wants to be in a Cryo and Hydro only party. Using her for Melt, it's kind of a trap because then her personal damage drops, and you gotta try to kind of make up for it with Melt. But Skirk is a rapid fire character, so she applies a lot of Cryo and attacks a lot of times. So oftentimes it might end up being the Pyro supports that end up getting the melts instead of her, because she's such a rapid fire character. So that's unfortunate. So I see you got an Elemental Mastery Sand. Consider getting an attack percentage sand. Oh my god. Hold on. There we go. No more idle noises. People build Skirk with attack percentage and cryo damage goblet equally. Just go for stats. Yeah, I wouldn't know about the minutia of attack goblet versus cryo goblet, but your cryo goblet, I mean, it looks okay. You got some attack and you got some crit. It's at about 300 on roll value, which is not the worst. That's all right. But this Elemental Mastery Sand, once you do get a team built with her, something that's all Cryo and all Hydro, this Elemental Mastery Sand is going to fail you. Steal from the Traveler. You got a Finale of the Deep Galleries. This is the Obsidian Codex, though. So you still want to keep your set bonus of Finale of the Deep Galleries. You'll just have to get an on-set Goblet or on-set Sand. That said, you got the wrong main stats. It might be, you might have some difficulty getting a Sand that's on-set for Skirk. But Elemental Mastery is hard to get, so you can keep the Sand for somebody else. Don't destroy it. I'd probably give you like probably a B. Not a minus or a plus, just a solid B. just because you're just missing the sand, but you've got a weapon that's decent, replaceable but decent. Skirk's 90, her talents are leveled up nicely. You know, you're getting them past 6. And you've got a good cryo goblet. You've got a circlet that's got critical rate on it. It's the substats are really bad for it, but whatever. It's the main stat that you need. The flower and feather are nice. You got really nice flower and feather. You got double crit on both of them, and got at least one of each. And you got 12% crit rate on that flower right there, which is fantastic. That's nice. I hope that it's glowing. Probably isn't though. Still, nice flower, nice feather, and nice. You got a critical rate circlet. Again, bad substats, but whatever. Just getting the main stats is all you need to really do. There's no control over the substats. There's none over the main stats either, but even less over the substats. Kimiko asks, can you help me kill the big wolf? Yes, I can. We just finished our last review, I think. And that's it for now. We can see NCIA's 3D printer. You said don't look at your Shangling, so I didn't. So much better without Akasha loading in all those ads. That shit nearly crashed my PC. Yeah, you said don't look at your Shangling, so I didn't. Alright, Kimiko, you need help with the big wolf, huh? Come on, then. You go ahead and pick the character. Oh, energy recharge, crit rate. I'll save that instructor piece. Thank you very much.
Smoke down. Farewell.
The tides beckon.
Time to say hello. Something.
Hey, no dying! Chief Papa, get him! Show no mercy! Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Having a favorite animal, or vegetable or fruit, can help us recognize what kind of people we want to become.
Somebody saw you. There she is. And I forget if I did Leeway or Natlan yesterday. Let's see which one I did. Okay, yeah, today is the Natlan half, so we're gonna do Natlan Artifacts Collection. This will be fun.
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying.
And Kimiko, if you need, oh, by the way, don't forget to like the stream. NCIA, Daydreamer, Lindsay, Jack. Yeah, don't forget to give the likes for your favorite YouTuber. It'll get more people with us over time. Then I can become a big streamer. Rather than a little streamer. NCIA says, I'm your first like. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We need those. You said, and when you get to be a big streamer, you will forget us? How? You're gonna be in my chat saying hi. I haven't forgotten you, Kimiko. Remember when I helped you get the Imaginarium Theater? What was it? The Envisaged Echo? And you had to get the keys? When you're big, there will be so many who will write you and you will overlook our texts. You forget I have a Discord server. And there's also ways to filter. He's saying, yes, we will be drowned out. You guys are acting like that's about to happen tomorrow. It might. How would I reach like 10,000 in one day? Unless I did something insane, like, I don't know. I don't know. Blow up the capital of the United States and then record it. I don't think I'd get 10,000 in one day. YouTube is weird. I don't know the how. Did somebody just go to my teapot? I missed it. There's a lot of people who come and visit, and you'll see them only once. That happens a lot. There's only a few people, though, that come back every single day. And it's the people that come back every single day, those are the people that you remember because they're there every day. But I mean, I've had a couple times where they've been gone for months. And then they'll come back around. Like Axum Firefly. We only see him every once in a while because he's working right now. But then he'll be back soon. People come and go. I'm not very often there, but I come sometimes. Yes, Kimiko, and I remember you. I would be more worried about you guys forgetting me than me forgetting you. Because if there's somebody that pops up on YouTube that is more interesting to you, fits with your daily schedule better, and is more present than I am, then you'll just go to their stream. That's how it is. Like, whoever's the better streamer, or whoever's the more present one, or the one you like more, that's the one that gets your time and attention. So I think I'd be more worried about you guys forgetting me than anybody else. There's a lot of people that come by only once, but only you guys come back every day. Cacahuatl seeds?
Surprise!
Some more of those. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short rest.
Alright, I'm back.
Surprise! I'm out of here! Over here! Surprise!
NCIA is 3D printing something. I'm not exactly sure what it looks. It is. It looks like a pill bottle of some sort. Those ones with the pop caps that you can use your thumb to just pop it open.
Entering standby mode. I hope nobody disturbs me.
I'm gonna get some condensance crystals after I'm done with this. Oh, crap.
Over here.
Okay.
Surprise! Judgment!
I can't use it. Oh, my my Neuvilette's gone. Well, yeah. I mean, considering that, how many days in are we in on the Imaginarium Theater now? Yeah, we only got 8 days left, so a lot of the people who wanted to do it probably already did it already. The first day, at least like 10 usages go. I had 1 usage left, maybe like at the beginning of last week.
Can't catch me! Zip on up!
used somebody's Wanderer? You never used Wanderer before? Well, this will be a new experience for you, Lindsay. I really hope I can get Kaveh in the next wish of the month, or maybe Dahlia, or maybe somebody. Kaveh, Dahlia, Toma, any one of those three. Pyro, Dendro, Hydro, this theater.
You can't run!
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Daydreamer says she loves Dendro, she is happy. I like Hydro, Pyro, Dendro. Pyro is my favorite element.
You can't run!
Himiko wants me to look at her Chaska. Yeah, sure thing. Let me finish collecting these bubbles in Sumeru. If you can let me do that, and then I'll get to you. Let me make sure I pin that. Pin Kimiko. Kimiko wants Chaska look.
Judgment. Yeah. You can't run. Step on up. Judgment. You can't run. Over here.
Okay, I've collected all of my stuff. Alright, give me 1 second, and then we'll look at your Chaska, Kimiko.
Oh, my plan for the day? Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow, and the day after that. best rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk. Furniture like that can be just as precious as a silver family heirloom. That's no exaggeration. Oh, my plan for the day? Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow, and the day after that.
I'm back. Alright. Let's have a look at your Chaska, Kimiko.
The best rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk. Furniture like that can be just as precious as a silver family heirloom. That's no exaggeration.
Alright. Chaska. Where's your artifact at? Kimiko, where's your sand? Where's it at? Where's the sand, Kimiko? Where is it? Let me see the sand, Kimiko. I need to look at it.
Swallows nest when skies are fair, but hide when storms are in the air.
Oh, right. Hold on. Aha, there we go. But all of your pieces are on set. Literally any attack sand would be good. Don't do that thing where you don't equip a character just because they don't have a good one. There's a Chaska. You've already got her signature weapon and she's at level 80. All of your talents are 1, so, I mean, she kind of looks like a freshly pulled character, right along with her weapon. You really weren't joking when you said you got Chaska and her weapon in, like, one wish. That was insane.
Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow, and the day after that.
Yeah, a bad piece is better than no piece. And all 4 of your pieces are on set, which is amazing. Amazing flower, amazing feather, amazing goblet, amazing circlet. Like, all of these pieces are amazing. Your Chaska is getting up there with NCIAs on the flower. And the goblet. No, she needs one with 10% crit rate, energy recharge, when I'm lucky, elemental mastery. No. You don't need to get one that good. You literally just need to get an attack main stat, and that's it. That's good enough.
Stars nest when skies are fair, but hide when storms are in the
It is an
air.
unrealistic expectation to expect everyone to be at 100% crit rate. That's unrealistic. You need literally like global #1 kind of stats to get that sort of shit. But your Chaska is still amazing. So, yeah. Use her. Just give her any kind of attack sand. Even a bad one is fine. Put it on her. Other than that, yes, obviously you need some talent levels, but I don't even think that the day has come by for her talent domain yet. So I don't even think it was physically possible.
Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow, and the day after that.
Hold on. I need to return to single player because, Jack joined my game earlier. It's not pausing the game when I exit. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Having a bad piece is better than nothing, and it makes the character usable. And don't shy away from not having perfect pieces. That's the type of shit that just drives you crazy. No, she needs more crit rate. Don't care about energy recharge that much, but every sand I have is with crit damage, and I don't need that. Yeah, go ahead and use them. Look, she's got 45.5% critical rate with a set that gives her an additional, what, 50 or 40%? 85.5? Your Chaska's fine. Her crit damage is through the goddamn roof. Just put the sand on her. It's okay. It's okay to use. That 2-to-1 formula, not every character can follow the exact precise 2-to-1 formula. They really can't. And that becomes even more apparent when you start to realize certain characters ascend with crit rate and others ascend with crit damage, but the main stat never changes. And then the weapon, the weapon does even more so that. Like, even more crit damage. And that's our signature weapon, so it's not like she can use a critical rate weapon just to have better crit ratios in favor of not using her signature weapon. Later, next time when you ask for a review, Kimiko, equip your best sand and then show it to me. We'll have a look-see. But assuming you had a sand at all, I would give your Chaska a solid C+. And you might be like, what? Why C+? Because she has level 1 on all of her talents, alright? A lot of guaranteed damage with this weapon and stuff left on the table. Substats are amazing, but substats don't take you as far as the main stats and the talents, alright? And we're missing an entire main stat here. With about 30 weapon levels, 10 character levels. The best sand that you can equip on your character without compromising your other characters. Best sand is on Mavuka. Yeah, that's perfect. Give it to her. Because Mavuka, she wants an elemental mastery sand anyways. Since you have Wolf's Gravestone as your attacking weapon. So, this, for Mavuka, she doesn't even want this. So yeah, give it to Chaska, and you can call your Chaska done. That's good. It's fine. The other reason why I say you don't have to stress about getting 100 crit rate on Chaska is because she's not like Mualani, where Mualani, if she literally has one singular hit for her elemental burst, which makes the volatility of her damage all or nothing. If you have 90% crit rate on Mualani, and you use your elemental burst and then miss the critical hit, and you're playing it somewhere like Spiral Abyss, you'll probably just reset the fucking Spiral Abyss because you just missed literally 100% of your burst's rotation damage. Whereas Chaska, 90% crit rate is fine. You will, I promise you, when you fire all of those bullets and you got the screen filled with hits, you are not going to see one critical hit missing. You won't see it. And even if you do visually see it, it doesn't make a big enough difference of missing one shot or one hit as a critical with Chaska to, like, force a reset. With Mavuka Sand, I reach 56.6 crit rate. Yeah, that's perfect. That is literally perfect. That's fine. Because, as I said, you're not going to see one hit missing a crit. Also, if we put it into perspective, Chaska is a character that has these hard, long usages of her elemental skill, right? 4% crit rate will not make a difference in the number of times that Chaska must activate her elemental skill overall to kill a boss. You may have a very small amount of variation of each individual shot missing, or one of the shots missing a crit, but the numerical number of activations of your elemental skill will not change. That is why I put so much emphasis on the main stats and the big stuff of your talents and set bonuses and stuff, is because those are big enough to make a difference in the number of usages and cooldowns of your elemental skills. That's what I mean. NCIA's character, Chaska, you've seen it. Like, his Chaska literally eviscerated the hypostasis, the electro-hypostasis, in one bullet. Literally one bullet. If he got 10% more crit damage, it wouldn't make a difference in the number of elemental skills that he has to use. Excuse me. Hiccups. So that's what I mean about your character reaching that that point where she's so good that it's difficult for you to reach milestones and breakpoints. Something like missing an entire sand and then trying to use Chaska. Yeah, you're probably going to have to use your elemental skill like 2 or 3 times to kill a boss because you're missing so much damage. And stats. So breakpoints, Kimiko, keep those in mind. The stronger your character becomes, the harder it is to reach breakpoints. You want Chaska like NCIAs? Well, I would say instead of farming for substats, get all of your talents leveled up and stuff first. So then you can actually get a field test, because you're going to have times where you want to know whether one sand or the other is better. The only way to do that for sure is to test. And something else I want to tell you is, though 100% crit rate is the thing, at 95% crit rate, the shorter the fight, the less likely it is that there's even a chance that you've missed a critical hit. Also, the reason why a lot of people favor crit damage is because critical rate doesn't boost the amount of damage and the numerical height of your damage. It just makes you deal damage more frequently. Your crits more frequently. But if you want to actually hit those massive numbers, you have to, like people do on YouTube when they have crazy builds on YouTube, you have to do what's called fishing. Meaning, take off all of your critical rate and then put it in nothing but crit damage. So you'd have a Chaska with like 400% crit damage and like 30% crit rate. And they just retry over and over and over and over and over for hours until that 30% crit rate crits 100% of the time. And that's how you make one of those fishing videos, or crit fishing. Himiko asks, why does Malvika want Elemental Mastery Sand? Okay, so you can see right here that because of your statistics, the reason why Malvika wants an Elemental Mastery Sand is if you are using Malvika in Vaporize or Melt, she wants a lot more Elemental Mastery. And that's why people use an Elemental Mastery Sand, because Malvika is just like Mualani, where when she uses her Elemental Burst, all of the damage is in one singular hit. All of it. So, when you're using Vaporize and Melt Malvika, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty sure that you probably use Malvika in some sort of Melt or Vaporize party, because that's just what people like to do. That's very popular. Overload Malvika is less popular, and Overload Malvika does not care about Elemental Mastery at all. It's just, you just get those stats by accident. So that's what you would be doing with her is, and I'm gonna say that this is main DPS Malvika, not support off-field Malvika. Main DPS. So, main DPS Obsidian Codex, specifically. When you have a weapon that gives attack, critical damage, or critical rate, you need enough Elemental Mastery to make those Vaporizes and Melts really, really hurt. And an Elemental Mastery Sand hits that exact spot. It's to balance your statistics. If we go to the leaderboards, and we try to see what your Malvika looks like in a Melt and Vaporize leaderboard. Melt. Hold on. Okay, right here. We have a Vaporize Malvika. Oh, God. Please. I can't see the information because of the ads crunching everything. Maybe I can refresh. I can't see the fucking characters. Hello, Sai. How you doing? Okay, here we go. So in the melt leaderboard, oh my fucking god, War Thunder. I can't get to the. Okay, here. The top 1% average is 261 elemental mastery in the vaporized leaderboards, whereas your Malvika only has 41. And they all try to balance themselves because all of the statistics multiply off of each other. I can't show you this properly because of the fucking ads. There we go. Jesus Christ. Now you can see it. There we go. See? 289.1. That's where they're usually at. Or, well, this is where his Malvika is at. But you see the top 1% average? 261.5. How you doing, Sai? We're just reviewing characters for subscribers and stuff. You can see that because your Malvika has an attack sand, an attack or crit damage weapon, it put you in the leaderboard of overload because the statistics that your Malvika has, it would be most effective for her to be inside of an overload team. But that's not the case of Malvika's here. And you can see that they all use the EM Sand because of her burst doing crazy damage on a nuke. So does that make sense to you, Kimiko? Now, all is not lost for your Malvika, because sometimes the Malvikas, they will use an attack sand, but they'll use an elemental mastery, a weapon. Yeah, Sai, I'll review you. Just give me a minute. Let me finish with. I'm gonna finish with Kimiko. So sometimes they do it the opposite way. If they use an attack sand, they'll use an elemental mastery weapon. So for your Malvika, Kimiko, you could use a weapon like the Rain Slasher if you wanted to main DPS her. Again, this is all assuming that you're doing Obsidian Codex. When it comes to Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City Malvika, I don't know, because it's so uncommon for people to do that, but it is a thing. Alright. Now let's look up this other character. Okay, I need to go to sleep. Thank you, Troy. Goodbye. Bye-bye, Kimiko. I misread it. Okay, let me just copy paste it instead. Okay, Sai, let's look at your Arlecchino. Now I better not see that attack goblet on your Arlecchino again. And it better be a pyro damage bonus. Okay. Oh. Machete. What? Go away. Ads. I don't know what the hell that was. That was weird. That was some sort of makeup ad or something called Machete. Akasha is getting off. They're getting off the wall. For a second, I was like, what the fuck? Are we looking at somebody's camera in the bathroom or something? But anyways, Arlecchino's 90. Normal attack, 10. Nice. You even leveled up your elemental skill. Good. It may not do the most damage, or her primary damage, but you still use it. So good. Crimson Moon Semblance. You refined her weapon? I see some dedication. And we've got one constellation for the character. Alright. So I see a nice fat 60% critical rate. And we see Fragrant Harmonic Whimsy, 4-piece. We got Attack, Sand, Pyro Damage Goblet, Critical Damage Circlet. Very good. I see that you've replaced your white tassel. I remember you. Good. You've gotten her signature weapon. Or maybe that was somebody else with a white tassel. I forget. Don't remember. But anyways, 18 rolls of critical and 6 rolls of attack power. That's really good. You got a lot of attack power. And your critical damage is way up there when it comes to it, in terms of crit damage, being at 200%. That's nice. I don't know how these other Arlecchinos get 89% crit rate, but they're psychopaths. But if we look at your attack rating, top 1% is 242. 2442. No, it wasn't. I was using Arlecchino on Gladiator. Oh, I remember you now. Your Gladiator set was so good that it made her Fragrance of Harmonic Whimsy 4-piece look bad. Or rather, I told you that you were going to be fighting an uphill battle because it was so hard to get better stats than your Gladiator, because your Gladiator pieces were so good. I remember now. Let me grab a drink of water. Refreshing. I like this Arlecchino. You got all of your ducks in order. You got everything that you need. All of your main stats, all of your set bonuses. Magnificent weapon. I'm going to give you an A+. You get an A+. All of your shit is in order with your Arlecchino. Yes, the goblet is like lower roll value. And yes, the circlet is lower roll value. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. The 4-piece set bonus is really good. You got an amazing flower. You got an amazing feather. And your sand is really solid with 10% crit rate. And you got crit damage on there too. A little pinch of energy recharge. Doesn't kill anybody. And you have an on-set elemental damage goblet, which on-set goblets are really fucking hard to get. Oh, by the way, oops. I made a mistake and clicked this. This is what your Arlecchino should look like with roll value. I don't know why. I think I accidentally clicked this, so it made it look like the roll value was lower because it wasn't counting the attack percentage. And I noticed that because I looked, I was like, why is it not counting the attack? But here's the actual value of your character. I don't know why it wasn't counting attack. Arlecchino literally is an attack scaling character. I might have fat-fingered and clicked it, so my bad. Sorry, Sai. But yeah, 2,380 roll value. That's almost what, like 400 value on every piece? Or no, a little bit more, like 420 or so on every piece. Yeah, 4, 8, 12, 16, 24. Yeah, this is gonna be this Arlecchino. It's gonna be very difficult for you to get artifacts that are better than this. Very, very difficult. I'm proud of you, Saitij. Your Arlecchino has made a huge transformation. A+. Good job. Saitij, if you're still alive, give me a sign of life, please. I don't know if you've been flatlined or if you're gone or you're dead or deceased or whatever. Got NCIA's Octo printer there. Oh, god damn it, Saitij. Why do you have to wait until I close the damn window to ask for help with a second character? Why didn't you ask for both of them right there and then? Damn. Alright, hold on. Alright, Tainari. Let's get the Nari. The Nari of Ties. Of course, I saw this sand, and I was about to say, why do you have Viridescent Verider sand? But I'm kidding. You have delay in message pop-ups? Yes, I do. I do have a little bit of a delay. But usually somebody requests both characters when they write the user ID at the same time, as opposed to waiting until afterwards to request. Okay, so you're in the Hunter's Path signature weapon leaderboard. So the critical rate is going to be very inflated for the 1% because you can see that they have a 30% crit advantage over yours. And Akasha is assuming here that you have Hunter's Path on this pie chart, but you don't. So your crit is really like way down here. But let's have a look-see at the rest of what we can do to improve your Tainari. So, how to build it and Chevreuse. I don't review Chevreuse. Well, you get 2 characters. Everybody gets 2. You chose Tainari, alright? Alright, so first thing, I know... Yeah, Chevreuse, just give her all 4-piece Noblesse and just nothing but HP. HP, Noblesse, and... yeah, HP. You just need 40,000 HP. But anyways, let's look at this Tainari. So, I see that you have an energy recharge sand. Tainari doesn't need that much energy recharge because if you look at his elemental burst here, Tangle Vine or Fashioner's Tangle Vine Shaft, you only need 40 energy, and since he's an on-field main DPS, and it's very frequent that after Tainari uses his elemental skill, Tainari tends to use his charged attacks. So Tainari oftentimes collects his own Dendro energy, which refills a very large portion of, of his elemental burst energy. So Tainari doesn't need very much energy recharge at all. As you can see, the top 1%, they have like 109.2 on average. So maybe 2 energy recharge rolls, and that's about it. Maybe a little bit more for some people, maybe a little bit less for others. But about 2 is all the most optimized Tainaris have. So you want an attack... Huh?
I learned my Genshin Impact account is worth $3,600.
I wonder how much mine is worth.
Do you want the link?
Huh?
I'll send you the link to the calculator I used.
Okay. We'll have fun with that in just a minute. As soon as I finish up this Tainari review, let's have fun with that. If you will, do it with me, Shadow. Or for me, if you feel like it.
Yeah, I'll watch you do it. I already did it. I can send you my results too. Like it said it's worth $3,594.26. So I just did simple rounding to make it 3,600.
Okay. I just refreshed it. This looks better for your Tainari. I was gonna say you want either attack or elemental mastery sand on your Tainari. I had an attack sand on my Tainari for the longest time because his attack was so high because I was using Skyward Harp, which is like one of the highest base attack bows in the game. So the attack sand for me felt better than attack sand for many other weapon variations of Tainari. But generally speaking, more people equip Elemental Mastery because, you know, Tanglevine's Shaft with his Elemental Burst damage scales off of that and whatnot. So, Elemental Mastery is best. But attack is also okay. But I like this sand for your Tainari. This sand is great. Now let's have a look-see. Dendro Damage Goblet. So you've got 4 pieces on Wanderer's Troop. That is his best set if no other characters are using Deepwood Memories. If somebody is not using Deepwood Memories in Tainari's party, then Tainari's best set is Deepwood Memories. But otherwise, Wanderer's Troop is best. Let's look. I love the flower. That's very good. You have 322 elemental mastery with a weapon that is critical rate scaling, or critical rate, critical damage, or attack scaling. Oh, who is that that's trying to join me? I can't let them join because I'm busy doing reviews, so I'm sorry. I can't look right now. Scion of the Blazing Sun. I remember this weapon. This one was about charged attacks. Yeah, they get a Sunfire stack so they do extra damage. That's good. So we got a... Oh, that's up to level 80. Excellent. That's wonderful. That boosts you up by quite a bit. So, what are your weakest statistics? Well, let's see. Your Tainari's at 18,000 HP, so that tells me you got... Oh, wow. Okay, that's where it's coming from. The circlet is... Wow. Okay. I see now why you have 18,000 HP. You got 1,000... This is basically a freaking Nilu circlet right here. 1,135 flat HP. Yeesh. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. The goblet doesn't really have very many useful substats. So, I mean, it is the goblet and circlet that you do need to get. But Wanderer's Troop, the most effective way that I think to farm this is if you have a bunch of characters on your account that are all, like, not ascended. Like right here, Kuching. She's on your account, but she's still level 1 out of 20. Why don't you start ascending all of your characters high enough to get their free wishes out of them, ascend Kitching, ascend all your 4 stars, and when you're ascending characters and getting free wishes out of doing that, not only will that expand your options in your roster, but it will allow you to farm better statistics for your Tainari. Because you'll be getting Wanderer's Troop pieces without having to strongbox for them. You're literally farming it directly. So that's how you can upgrade your Tainari in the most passive way possible. And that's what I would suggest doing for you, Saitish. That's the farming method that I feel would be really effective for you. You'd get free standard wishes. You would level up characters that you haven't ever touched before. You'd get free wishes, lots of free standard wishes. And then you'd be expanding your effective roster for the Imaginarium Theater. So you'll eventually be able to get those sanctifying elixirs for free by doing this. So that's what I suggest you do for Tainari. Alright. If you got any questions, Sai, let me know. Your Mora will be crying, but you'll be happy that you'll be getting free standard wishes. That's how I farmed for my Tainari. And my Tainari, everything is glowy. And that's how I got all of these Wanderer's Troop pieces. Like, look, double crit, double crit, double crit, double crit. All of these flowers, double critical. Feather, another. All of these 2 critical statuses. I even got a nice double crit Elemental Mastery Sand. And as a result, look at my account. My characters, every single character is Ascension 5. All of them. Even Amber. Everybody is Ascension 5. And I got so many free wishes out of this. 1, 2, 3 wishes. So if we counted 3, 6, 9, 12. Well, actually, no. Let me just do multiplication. 3. A row of 5 characters. So 15 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? 15 times 9 would be what? 135 wishes? I got 135 wishes just because I decided to level characters up. That's a lot of wishes, man. Because every character, when you get Ascension 1, that's a wish. Ascension 2, or Ascension 3, that's another wish. Ascension 5, another wish. That's 3 wishes per character. And a row of 5 characters is 15 wishes. And 9 rows of characters, minus 1. That's 135 regular fates, wishes, that I got just from leveling people up. And I got a cracked Tainari as a result. And tons of really, really good Wanderer's Troop pieces. Like, look at this defense sand. Another sand here. But it's useless wishes? No, it's not. The Skyward Harp is an incredible weapon for Tainari. Look at this base attack. 674 attack at level 90. By comparison, I think his Hunter's Path, I don't know, is like 580 question mark? I don't really know how much. Like, really? Would you call this Wolf's Gravestone useless? Yeah. Okay, thank you, bye. See you later, Saitish.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Are you gonna go on a walk with Nahida?
Yeah.
Where would you take Nahida to go to a walk at?
We're looking at that big tree in the Alhatham woods. I just want her to get on this swing so I could take a pretty cool picture.
I'd go for a walk around Sumeru City, and then we'd go get some charcoal baked Ajalenok nut cakes.
Half the stuff in Sumeru, I just decided I'm not gonna pronounce. That's actually a pretty cool pic. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, wait, no, I still got time. It's okay, never mind. Who am I fighting?
Judgment!
Who am I fighting? Oh, this bitch.
Is it hope or just cowardice?
Shut the fuck up, lady. I beat your ass so many times. I've lost count on both my fingers and my toes. I've never really beat her before she even gets to the before she even gets to the fire tornado. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss hearing that sound. You know, the like dinging it gives you when you're getting close to freezing to death? Because you would hear that all the time in Dragon Spine, and I kind of miss that a little bit, just because, you know, it's been like so long since we've...
There.
Don't you agree?
Uh-huh.
It sucks, because I actually paid someone to do most of my Dragon Spine, because I got really fucking fed up with it.
Friends fixed. Got them dead. Let's fly.
No. There we go. I'll loaf around where I wanna.
I'm used to the rain, but you should probably use an umbrella. One with the force.
Oz, reveal thyself.
I love it how they did the one-click time skip for quests. And we have this camera event, and I am unable to use said fucking feature that they just implemented for a brand new event. Alright, well, whatever. I guess I'll press the escape button and change the time manually. Quality of life changes that don't quality of life. It's not a quest, that's why.
Not you, Dad. We'll leave at 4. Sound good?
Exactly, Daydreamer. It's a quality of life that doesn't quality of life.
Such a gossip. Who knew the people would adore you so much?
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of...
Interesting 3D printer footage. How much XP did I get from this long haul today? I forgot to condense them all. 101,940. Nice.
Isn't that interesting to do?
Ah.
Handy bookmark. Keep up.
By royal decree.
So,
Oh wow, there's actually a piece of treasure somewhere around here.
Bond is strong.
and shroud. Keep up.
Oz, reveal thyself.
I'll uproot you.
What's inside this tree stump right here? Got it. Nice. That led to a little venture of 10,000 Mora. Nice.
Our bond is strong.
Sumter beasts. Never expected that I would have found treasure chests just laying out and about. I forget if this right here was unsolvable. Let me see if people know in Discord. Would it be interesting farming crystals tomorrow? I don't have any. I was gonna do some today, but I actually forgot and became aimless for a minute. Oh. NCIA, your 3D printer is done. Perhaps color the arrow green. I just asked in the Discord. There's no color. Like, I've colored it every color already before. There's no chest, no reward, no nothing. Like, they just stand here and just say it. It's just the NPCs being the NPCs. Yeah, you can't take over that guy. I checked in the Discord. People say that there's no reward for this. Nothing. Like, there's nothing here. Like, I can't even take over that guy. Ah, damn it. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no reward or anything. You know what? I'm gonna get a bunch of condensed crystals. That's what I need to do.
The pleasure is all mine.
Well, don't be afraid to make mistakes. It's all part of the.
Abe. Hey, NCIA, do you want to farm condensance crystals though, or actually? Binkies? It would be B-I-N-K-Y. B-I-N-K-I-E-S is different. It would not be IES. I think it's Binkies. Binkyys.
May I present?
Don't miss today's specials, fresh from the Shoals Haven.
Binkies.
Don't miss today's specials, fresh from the
Huh?
Shoals Haven.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Troy Daydreamer says Troy just called me, or no, Troy Cammy just called me Gay Dreamer. I mean, if the shoe fits the foot.
Getting gear.
Well, Daydreamer, there's two firsts that have just happened today. One, Troy's resin capped. Two, Daydreamer has just been called Gay Dreamer.
And shroud.
The fuck is Fruminate? There he is. Good night, NCIA. See you later, alligator. What was that 3D printing thing that you made? Maybe you can show that to us on Sunday. But what is it? It looked like a pill bottle to me. Oh, another pen. Man, that's a big ass pen. It's actually a smaller pen than the original frame. Maybe it's because it was zoomed in really close, but it looked like that pen was gigantic, bro.
Frost is coming.
Cammy says, remind me what the importance of condensance crystals is, because you're always on the hunt for them. Well, every 160 of these condensance crystals is 40,000 weapon XP. That's 400,000. That's 40 of these. 160 condensance crystals is 40 of this, which is quite a lot. And to give you an idea of just how much that actually is, Cammy, well, I mean, you know, you played Genshin Impact, you know how much it takes to level up weapons and shit and how little you get, but just so we can get a visual mathematical, just for collecting your daily commissions, you only get 1 to 4 of these. Between 1 and 4, so you get, what, 40, 16, 32. Well, no, it's going to give you 2 on average, so that would be, what, if we say 2, 4, 6, 8. So, like, 8 per day. This gives you 5 days. This is basically 5 days worth of weapon upgrade materials. 5 days. So the better part of an entire week, you get this from these 160 crystals. As long as you craft it every day. So, yeah. You get it 5 times as fast, so you can get lots of weapon materials, Cammy. It's a lot. It really adds up. Also, I may be ending 1 hour sooner today. So I'll be continuing for like 45 more minutes. Unless people start asking for reviews and stuff and it like picks back up. But in which case, yeah. But I'm gonna give it about 45-ish more minutes. Maybe one of these days you'll join me, Cammy, for condensance crystal hunting. How's your drawings going, Cammy? You got something for me on Sunday? Sunday, the fun day. I'm not in dire need of weapon XP. I have 2 drawings posted this week. The reason I'm not in dire need of weapon XP is because I've been doing this, so I have enough to max level all of my weapons thanks to this, which is nice. Yes, I'm super close to writing exams. School's so super busy. Schedule. When you say writing exams, do you mean like you have to write an essay sort of exam, or are we talking about something else? Wait, what? Well, Kemi, or no, Lindsay, I mean, you kind of asked it in a very open-ended way in a chat channel right after Kemi typed that. So, I mean, you also didn't really direct exactly at whom. Plus, with your timing of where you typed it, I mean, I thought that you were talking to Kemi too. I didn't know you were talking to me. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I thought she was talking to Kemi. But no, it would free up time for me to do some other things. Since I have Sunday scheduled, and then Monday, I made a Project Zomboid event. Besides, there's not as much content in Genshin. Once I finish gathering condensance crystals, like, I'm just kind of floating around, you know? Not doing much. Since there's nothing else to do in Genshin. Well, not that I can think of. Condensance crystal farming is, pretty mundane, but then once I have enough of them to last me for so long, you're about to ask for a Navia review? I can do that before I go, Lindsay. Oh, I see what it is. So Lindsay's saying that she can't log back in because she saw. Okay. You can't put the character inside the showcase. Oh, well, they just left. I'm only farming a little bit of condensed crystals every once in a while, just like keep myself afloat. All right. I think. Yeah, I think ending it early will give me time to be able to be ready for tomorrow and Sunday. There's a lot of clips that have been piling up that I haven't made. Let me go grab my free egg from the market. Because I was in co-op. Oh, by the way, Cammy, fun info for you on Genshin Impact. You see this Easy Breeze Holiday Resort? Look at the map. You see this? If you zoom in on Easy Breeze Market, right here, where I'm standing, there's this guy named Chalwa. You can get some free gift eggs from this guy. Delicious volcano cake. Daydreamer says she thinks she's getting her carpal tunnel back. No pickup on the treasure compass. Alright, well, I'm gonna cancel it here, guys. Since, well, there's not too much to do in Genshin right now. And, yeah, we've got all of the quests done. Nothing more in the Stygian Onslaught. All of the quests are done. The events are done. We did the trials. I've done this already, the musical thing. Genius Invocation TCG. I mean, I guess there's that, but let's not now. And oh, Lindsay, carpal tunnel is when you have pain in your hand and wrist from flexing and gripping too long, and your hands are hurt and they need a rest, basically. It's kind of like having a really, really strong permanent cramp, but it's inside your wrist. Alright. I'm going to see you guys later. I'm going to pack it in for today. See you guys later, and thank you for watching. Don't forget to like the stream, Cammy, and everybody. Okay, drop some words of wisdom tomorrow, Cammy. I'll be happy to hear you on Sunday. And Daydreamer, I'm so sorry about last time with the karaoke because that was a train wreck, and I know you were looking forward to that.